This is like the Warriors of Light. The 4 Warriors of Light. Anyway, hope you're all having a good one. Happy December. Oh, man. Tater, how's it going? Goshi, hope you're having a good one. Let's get to it. Yep. It's gonna be one of those days. Okay. I have no idea where I am here. Where are we? We're decreasing on our sweater. And hold on a second. I'm completely befuddled. Oh, okay. I about freaked myself out there. Okay, I feel much better. I thought I had somehow mistakenly been following the instructions in centimeters as opposed to inches. But we're fine. Okay. That was a slightly depressing moment. Okay, we're on C2. Hope you're all doing well. It's already December. Can you believe it? I can believe it. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, that was weird. I could have sworn I just counted that and it was 4. Okay, we're fine. Oh, this is not a good sign. Already making like really basic mistakes. We're on the back side. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. Oh, right. Right. Okay, so we're no longer... We don't have... This is the end. This is the end. The end of our story. The end. So I should do 4 stitches? 4 stitches. Look at that! It's like math working. Okay. Knit. Is that static? Knit, slip, knit. Okay, that might just work. Oh, okay. Oh man, this is nerve-wracking. Okay, that was row something. So what I'm getting kind of nervous about is a couple things. I did the same rows as before, but I'm not near as long as I was the previous time. And I think it's because I was doing this less. I was doing this a lot on the other piece. And I think that just naturally stretched it out. And I haven't been doing it that much with this piece. But the bad part of that is I'm ultimately supposed to be going a distance here. So it's like, ugh. All right. Well, we'll see how that goes. Okay, so we're on row 123 now. We're in our uber decrease part, where we are decreasing on both the front and the back. So we're rapidly removing the number of stitches that we need to be doing. Okay, that kills one stitch. And we're now minus one cable, look at that. So we're just gonna knit these two. Can we do that? Is that legal? Can he just skip a cable? TOS? Oh. Okay, something's not right here. What happened? Oh! Oops. Okay, I did the wrong thing. See, I wasn't paying attention. Well, I sort of was. I was just paying attention too late. No, that pearl is going to be all stretched out. Ugh. Ugh. Battle with Demons. This song sounds simultaneously like energetic and campy. Like, it does feel energetic. I can't say that I would have thought demons. This feels more like battle on the sidewalk with the neighbor's dog. And this song, Victory, I would call it I didn't step in poo. I didn't step in poo. Cass, how's it going? Ah, my ring. I didn't step in poo. You're doing okay, guys? It's December. Happy December. Okay, you're finally 1 month now. That's good, yeah, congratulations. One. That was weird. Okay, I am not forgetting something. I felt like I was forgetting something. But it's because the late meeting I had today actually only took like 20 minutes. Which was good. Okay, we're on A3 here, which is cabling immediately. All right, that looks. I didn't have to do that one. Haha. Got him. And look at this. You see that? You see all this honeycomb there? I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to knit right through it. Rebel. Okay. We're pling-plonging along. So I've got, oh, you can't see the question mark. You can't see the question mark. There's a question mark on the screen. Did you know that? Question mark? Did you know, question mark? That there was a question mark on the screen, question mark? Here it is. Oh, look at that. Bitty. What? The question mark is there because I actually don't know how many rows we're doing here. We're going to go some distance. We're going to go some distance above this bind off. And then we start to break apart and just do the part around the neck. So we'll stop in the middle and we'll be like knitting part here and we'll be knitting part here. And then we go some distance. But I start that at like 7 inches, 8 inches. And I don't know where that's going to be. Although, you know, I could figure that out. You know what? Okay, remind me when we finish this row. And we can figure this out. Or at least have an approximate idea. Sounds like Game Boy music. Okay, so that takes care of that. Oh, I'm fine. Okay. So I got to be writing a paper over the next month, 2 weeks now, 2 weeks in January. That's a risk assessment. A risk assessment of like a conceptual idea plan, looking at the technology. And the idea is based on the technology described in this thing that's like 20 years out. Like, what's the risk? Like, is technology on par, on pace to meet what's described in this concept? That sort of a thing, right? Well, it turns out that this concept actually does not describe any technology. Instead, it describes like general types of things. Like, such and such needs to be really fast. Like, so that will I'm having to work through how to like structure some kind of assessment of this thing. 20 years, we'll probably have T1s by then, maybe. That was not in the conceptual plan, though. But that is largely how I'm going to be spending my next couple of weeks. 100% you're going to buy a robot? If they don't show up to work, it's truly your fault for getting to plug them in. That's right. Well, I mean, if it's a robot, they should be able to plug themselves in. Come on. Plug your damn self in. How many times do I have to tell you? Plug yourself in before you go to sleep. Oops, no, not 4. Only 3. Wait a minute. What just happened? You already speak of Charles like he's already here with the family. That's right. That's right. You got to be ready. You are a willing and able recipient. Bless you and your future robot child. Overlord, whatever. Okay. Boy, I really need to pay attention here. I actually did that correctly. All I had to do was knit. It'll be interesting to see when the first domestic robots come on the market. At like affordable prices. Okay. That had me a little bit worried. I goofed up I goofed that up a little bit more than I was intending. Okay, but we are on, I guess I can still... Okay, yeah, so we can't do this cable. Can't do it. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Okay, there we go. Just fading away. Fading away. That was row 123. Going to 124. So I I nearly shat a brick as the stream was starting. I was looking at the instructions, trying to look at the distance I had to go and all that stuff. And I was like, wait a minute, this is in centimeters? I've been measuring this in inches. I'm like, wait a minute. What happened? Oh man. A truly befuddling moment where I'm like, but things seem to actually fit. If I had made that mistake, they should be like twice as long. Yeah. Anyway. Shat a brick. A brick was shat by me. perfectly rectangular.
Hello there.
Hey, Semi. Fiber, yeah. And also, what is it? Is it wombats? Is it wombats that actually, their poop is cubical? They have cube poop? Must be part wombat. Shitting bricks like that. Semi, how are you doing? Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh no no. Wait. Wait. What? Huh? Hmm? Boo-doo-boo-doo-boo. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo-boo-doo-boo. Doing all right. Trying to get back to the word. Good luck, man. That was my. I've got so classic, right? I sent an email this morning to my boss saying, "Hey, you know, hope you had a nice weekend. Blah blah blah." The 18th is the first day of my leave, and then I'm gone for the rest of the year. And then what happens like 4 hours later? This meeting that was going to happen while I was away, they're like, "Hey, can you do it on the 18th?" Yes, I can. So, maybe I can try to take a Friday off or something in lieu of losing my 18th. And unfortunately, it's like going to be a 3-hour meeting. So it's also not just like, oh, you know, tune in for an hour meeting. It's also going to be at our building because it'll be classified, right? It was all the like, come on, you got to be kidding me. You got 3 more weeks before you're off into nice. Oh, you're not taking the 2nd off. Okay, you should have. Yeah, I'm not going back to like the 5th. I'm like, just don't even try. I will likely like log in the morning of the 2nd just to like catch up on emails and stuff. But theoretically, it should be really quiet. The only way it's not going to be quiet is 2 things. People catching up from the furlough and the shutdown still, you know. So people may be working later in December here catching up. And then the other thing that will likely happen is we are hosting and I am emceeing a big meeting like in the middle of January. So we'll likely have a flurry of emails about that. Some of the administration and whatever getting ready for that event. Well, I hope your plans are unviolated. May your vacation plans go off as you intend. Do you have any special plans for the holidays or kind of like normal holiday stuff? pudding is going to be scouting out robots. And Goshi is just going to be hating his relatives. So, all the normal stuff. Oh, Goshi, how'd your meeting go? How'd the meeting with the family go? Normal holiday stuff, visiting parents in Hampton Roads. Nice, okay. At least that's not too far away. Are they on this side of the tunnel or on the other side of the tunnel? As crappy as one expected, I see. Oh. At least it wasn't worse. Oh, they're on the other side, okay. Well, may your tunnel traffic be minimal. We'll see if I can finish off my career without ever having to drive to Norfolk ever again. Those are life goals. I've made that trip between here and there so many times. You probably have too, but it's a mind-numbing trip. Like if there were ever a case for autonomous vehicles, I'm like, oh please give me an autonomous vehicle just to drive me to Norfolk. I don't even care if it takes longer. If I can just do something during that time instead of like having to suffer trying to pass the stupid trucks that are going too slow. Sitting behind the two trucks that are passing each other going 0.01 mile per hour difference. Oh. It turns out when you have really long road trips like that, you can actually figure out the math for how long a truck is when two semi-trucks are passing each other like this, you know, you can actually figure out how much faster they're going each other by how long it takes to pass, right? I mean, it's a pretty simple differential equation to how long the trucks are. It is less than an hour. It is less than 1 mile per hour. Or people falling too closely in the tunnel and having to brake constantly. Yes. I still drive a manual. So having to drive around here and all that with the traffic is just, it's murder. Stop and go traffic in a manual is just blows. Can you even buy cars with manual transmissions anymore? Manuals used to be cheaper. Like if you had the option between a manual transmission and an auto transmission, manuals were typically cheaper. I wonder if that's still the case. There's a crash in the tunnel when you're coming back. Full stop before the tunnel for at least 30 minutes. Oh. That happens more often than not, I would say. I'd give it a flip of the coin, like 50-50 with the tunnel. You think they still sell manual vehicles? You got a little spinning done. There you go. I mean, at least you were able to make it use of the time. That's you know, again, like where an autonomous vehicle would just be incredible. You could just be spinning the whole time. Like I am super grateful whenever a trip down there takes like 3 hours or, you know, a little over 3 hours. That's how long it should take, right? And it depends obviously where you're going. I'm usually going to Virginia Beach, somewhere around the what do you call it? Independence and like 264 area. So you have to go, you know, a fair ways down into the city and past the tunnel. Yeah, so 3.5, right? Woohoo! Thank you. But all it takes is the tunnel, Fredericksburg, or any other variety of crap points. Finally going out of Newport News, heading north, they finally, I think, fixed that one, so there's no more choke point. Either that, I've always hit it at a better time. There's less of a choke point from Newport News going north, or it next down. But yeah, Fredericksburg is always effed up. It's always effed up. I don't know. Always. It's the same on 66. If you're coming east on 66, there's always that segment past the Beltway where it'll just stop. It'll slow down. It frees back up when you go over the big overpass, or go under the big overpass.
The French chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
These are real scallops. Escalope de veau. Quick to cook. Delicious.
That was the audio glitching.
The French.
Sorry. Like, what is this? You don't even think they're reduced lanes? Oh, really? You meant out of Newport News? Oh, or Fredericksburg? Yeah, no. I don't know what the deal with Fredericksburg is. The road does that one thing where you're kind of like going down and there's like a hill. That's like the most I could think about is like there's a hill. Because a similar thing will happen when you're going further east in, and it's between Duke, Little Creek Turnpike, and Seminary. Right, there's a big, like, you go down and then you come back up. People don't know how to handle like a hill. Like, why is my car going so slow? If they even notice that. Yeah, anyway, but the point is, all it takes is like the tunnel in Fredericksburg, and you're looking at like 4.5, God forbid 5 or more. Yeah, and there's a lot of construction over there right now. Yeah, because they're like doing Landmark Mall or something, right? What typically happens for me is I will go down to Norfolk in the morning here. So I'll leave here at like 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning. And there you're fine because you got all reverse traffic up here, so you're fine. And then by the time you're getting down into Norfolk, it's like 9 or 10, and so that the morning traffic is cleared, and so you're generally pretty good. And then like the best bet is to try to come back up this way by like 11 or 12, leaving there, because if you leave there by 2, you're starting to hit the tunnel traffic even by 2, which is ridiculous. You used to be able to leave Norfolk around like 3, and you'd be fine. But nowadays, it's like even 2, it's starting to back up. And that gets you up here around maybe like 5 or 6. And then like, it's a dice roll on like what's going on up here. Yeah, and then you've got the Richmond traffic, which you can usually avoid by doing the roundabout, but it's still a bit dicey sometimes. You usually get to outskirt that a little bit, but not as much as you probably should. Yeah. Good times. So I don't have, since I'm not a manager anymore, I had like 2 people that worked down in Norfolk, 2 or 3. And so there was reason for me to go down there to see them and whatever. But now that I'm not a manager, don't necessarily need to be driving down there. But the big problem is Fleet Forces is down there. It's a big Navy area. So almost inevitably I'll have to go down there at some point. It's almost worth it, depending on the circumstances, to fly. Just because you have the time. You can actually be, even if you're sitting at the airport, you could at least be doing something with that time. Which is like really sad. And that's from a work perspective, right? It's like if I'm on the clock, if I'm driving down, like the best I'm going to make use of that time is like a audio book, or maybe making phone calls, but even that can be dicey. It's just static in the music. It's not my head. Oh, all right. Okay. We're now -7. Did I slip that stitch? I did. Did I slip that stitch? I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this should be knit 2 together. And then we're going to knit slip knit. Okay, we're getting close to eliminating some of these. It's funny, that looks like a cable, but it's not. There we go, that's better. Magic. Okay. That was row 124. Let's go into 125. This is row 9 of 26 for doing all decreases. Okay, and now we're gonna purl 2 together. All right. -8. Yes, that's correct. We only have that 1 stitch left. And then we're gonna B5, which is gonna be all right, we've got ads starting in about a minute. Oh, you got a call from your mother. She's doing well. Oh, we're back with the battle with the demons. Battle with the dog, neighbor's dog. She's not feeling well. Only told you to hit 6 p.m. Oh no. Is she very far away from where you are? She's not willing to go to the hospital. Oh, so like it's that sort of not feeling well. It's not just not feeling well. It's very badly. Oh, she's hurting. That's not good. Not an easy person. Everything's so. But is she nearby, or is she like in a far away? Okay, we're on C5, which is pulling these things back together. Nearby, we can't take her to the private emergency room. You don't think they will take her? Hmm. There we go. Have to phone in and describe what's happening. Generate a report, admitted, telling you that she just feels nauseous. Alright. Well, I hope it's nothing serious. Yeah, have a good one. Alright. There's a way to, like, reduce... Okay, I need to learn alternate stitching. I know there's a way to do stitches differently. My back end cables tend to be really big. And I'm sure it evens out. But it would be nice to kind of just make them look good to begin with. Oh. Wait to block to see if it'll even out. Oh yeah, I'm sure, but I know there's a way to kind of minimize that when you're actually doing it. Like if I look... Oops. If I look down, you know, they look a little big there, but they're bigger up here. Whatever. Oh. Hey, Shinigami, how's it going? What about today? Kyo wa ii tenki desu ka? Hopefully you're doing well. Damn. You can you can remember that kanji is correct. I'm being a little bit snide. I'm being a little bit of a... The kanji are technically correct. The kanji are technically correct. But that's never pronounced konnichiwa. It's always pronounced kyo-wa. Yeah. No, konnichiwa is always in kana. It's weird. You could technically do it, but almost anyone is going to pronounce that kyo-wa. It's a weird, but that is konnichi. That is konnichi. This is one of those weird things about Japanese. You took Japanese for 3 years? Well, your name is Shinigami. You think you'd remember something? I don't, you know, to me that's a really subtle thing. That's a really subtle thing. Like, that's... I don't feel like that's something that's, like, immediately obvious. Like, what you did is completely normal and natural. It just so happens that that pronunciation is almost always kyo. Which is, again, one of the frustrating things about Japanese. Especially where, like, hey, we're gonna learn all the easy kanji, and then you realize you learn the kanji for day, nichi, and then you learn, like, no, this kanji has like 10 different pronunciations. Like, well, how do I know which it is? Context. What's a good example of that is kyo wa nichiyobi desu. Kyo wa nichiyobi desu. That uses the nichi kanji 3 times, and it's pronounced differently each time. Hey, Coffee. How's the studying going? Is this the week? Anata wa genki desu ka? Hai. Genki desu. This is the week. Hey, is it on Saturday or Sunday? Do or die. Swim or sink. It's on Sunday. Okay. Good luck. Coffee is about to take the N3 exam. I was reading through the vocabulary book that's technically at the N3 level. And I was like, man, I don't know half these words. Because they're all like everyday life words, you know, like apartment words and things like that. And I'm like, well, we don't do a lot of stuff like that. We don't read a lot of that stuff. We read stuff about like robots and, you know, magic spells and things like that. Don't read about like life in an apartment. Like, shoot. I don't know half this stuff. Used to chapter 11 of 14 from the Buddy Grammar book. Oh, good. And you're still learning many. Oh, boy. Well, it's fine. They can't test you on all of it, right? Yeah, good luck. Gambare. Gambatte kudasai. Gambare. That is correct. Gambare. Just give up on when I do a daily kanji review, when I do the kanji at the moment, I swear I only get like maybe 3/4 of them right. Oh man. I'm somewhere up around reviewing 1,500 kanji right now. Actually, hold on, let me take a look. Oh, I didn't finish reviewing. Okay, let's do this real quick. Tore wa haru ni kobi suru. What is the B? This is to mate. Kobi. B. I don't know what this is. No, it was that. Okay. Shiai. There we go. Shiai. That was bad, but I got it. Naikoteki na seishitsu. Naikoteki na seishitsu. Shitsu here is... There we go. Gyaku. Shitageru. To tyrannize. Oh man. It's this. There we go. Gyaku. Shitageru. Okay. Horitsu. Isolation. No. Okay. Koritsu. That's orphan. Oh. Yeah, orphan alone. Guntai no saikoi no shoukou. Shou. That show. That's like officer. Yeah, leader, commander. Okay. I would not have been able to draw that without seeing it. Danzoku teki na suimin. Oh, suimin. I'm not gonna get this right. I forget what's under here. Oh, okay. Okay, close. If you get the kanji, you know it, but you can't write any of them because you're not practicing output. Oh yeah, that's right. That's not need on the exam. Chol koeru kosu. That's to surpass, exceed. That's this chol. There we go. There were like 40 kanji to review. I just hadn't done them all. Anyway. Hey, have a good evening. Enjoy dinner. I need to go, had a package delivered. I should go rescue that. I'm just not sure if it's in my mailbox or on the porch. Obviously more concerned if it's on the porch. Hey, Cake Master, how's it going? Oops. Mailbox, you call those insides. Alright. Let's see, so we're going to knit and purl, and then that should be it, right? 5 left. That is purl 2 together. Purl, knit, knit. Okay. Alright. That is the end of that row. I'm gonna keep stretching this. And I will mark off this row. That's 125. So we're on 126, which is good. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I need to go rescue this thing. What? Okay. Let's see if we can get one more row done. Row 126. And try to get one more row done. That will get us like a lot of rows done. Oh, and what are we doing here? Oh gosh. Oh, I gotta make sure Blem's not watching. Okay. This might be the worst of it. But like this alone, it's going to be a bunch of like bug related stuff. Like, oh, come on. Bug related vocab +1, hopefully. The problem with that is like it never appears anywhere else, and so it rapidly goes away. And then it's like gotta relearn it all over again. Oh well. Okay. Let's do one more. All right, we're gonna knit, slip, slip, knit. Okay, slip, slip, knit, and that takes us to slip this one. And then we're immediately... Oh, we're on the backside. Oh yes, and so I slipped that one, good. We're immediately on the backside, or immediately on B6, B6, 3, and 6. I now have about $500 in credit with the airline. I canceled my one flight. Alright. Now I've got a very large credit with the airline. Although I would rather have the money. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the Kofi stream bot already. No, I've still got that one. I was going to be going to South Carolina this coming weekend. for my friend's Christmas concert. But his choir is full this year, so I'm not going to be going this week for this year. And I had made the trip like just preemptively, so that was my fault. I'm just glad that be able to get a refund.
Here is our dear little old friend, the chicken.
Hey, chicken. Here is our dear little old friend, the chicken. How are you? Hippo chicken. Upgraded business class for the refund? Yeah. It's like a 2-hour flight. There is no, there's barely a first class. You're sick. Oh no, I'm sorry. Thanksgiving cheer. Hope it's a fast recovery. Yeah, probably from one of the relatives. Good old holiday cheer. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, maybe this is a good time for the reminder. Yes? Yes? Maybe. Couldn't hurt. Or maybe chicken soup. Start with chicken soup. And then get some ice cream. Don't say that's right. I have a sign. Sign to get some ice cream. I can't remember why I wrote that. But it's come in very handy. Critical reminder. Oh yeah. Get ice cream. Oh, so again, instead of watching Japanese cooking shows in the second part of the stream, we're now going to be watching Julia Child again. But the goal is to pull out key Julia Child phrases. Phrases such as this one.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
Okay. So we're pulling out lots of quotes from Julia. We're going to create a Julia Child generator. So far, we've got a pretty good list going on here. I think my favorite from yesterday was either got a little bit more neck here than we need, or ducks are very fat, particularly American ducks. So I will start the conversion of those probably on the weekend. I'll probably go through on the weekend and start adding those to a Julia Child generator. Wow, coffee. After all these years, what would you like for your very own? I sort of like just it's a good thing you did it, because if you didn't, I was just going to come up with some coffee related thing. Any Julia Child quote about Belgium? Perfect. Okay. We need to find out if she did anything with coffee. She's probably said some things about Belgian cooking too, I'm sure. Now, if we can only get her to say something like, Belgian coffee is the best coffee. Because why wouldn't she have said that? Belgian chocolate or waffles or fries, yeah. Actually, wait, let's take a quick look here. Uh-oh, hold on. Oh, I have a friend request on Discord from someone who I've never met and no idea who they are. No mutual. Oh wait, one mutual server. What's the mutual server? Bloodstained. Oh, ignore. Train an AI with her voice and have it. Yeah, that's right. All those hours talking. Yeah, I'm sure that it's got to be possible to create a Julia bot. Okay, let's take a quick look down here. Do you see anything about Belgian stuff? Roast goose. Coco, man. Timbal. Bûche de Noël. Waiting for Guizot. I'm not seeing anything Belgian here. Belge.
Oh, ha, ha, ha.
Belge. The artichoke. Wow, they added a lot of episodes. French fries. When we least expect it. All right, hold on.
Here are French fried potatoes and potato chips and souffled potatoes in a potato basket. We're doing a French fried free-for-all, and let the chips fall where they may. Today, on the French Chef. Welcome to the French Chef. I'm Julia Child. You know, the French call French fried potatoes les frites, and they're the trickiest.
Okay, so no. And that was the end. That's the end of the French Chef here. Okay, maybe she'll mention something about Belgium. We'll have to see. Okay. Wow. No waffle. I don't think there was a waffle episode. There might have been. Might have been. They're gonna be French waffles. The French love their waffles. One, two, three. Alright, let's finish it. We're almost done with this row. Let's finish off this row so we can get to reading some Jujutsu Kaisen and some Azumanga Daioh so that we can get back to knitting and listening to some Julia Child. Okay, where are we? We no longer all gone. Our stitches are all gone, and so we're going right into knitting 2 together. Oops. And then we're going to knit, slip, knit. Okay, there we go. We're going to be eliminating that marker next, which means we're slowly going to be encroaching onto this, which is our hardest cable section. So we're almost to the point of wiping out that cable section. Oh, yeah, so let's take a quick gander. According to the directions, we're supposed to go. Oops. According to the directions, we're supposed to go 8.5 inches past the bind off. So first, let me re-verify that this is about 18.5 inches. Yeah, it's about 18. And then we're gonna go 8.5 inches beyond the bind up. Okay, so you can see this is the back piece. So we're making the same thing, but now with the front, we're gonna stop right about there, and then we're gonna start to make the neck. So you can see, right, the neck will start here, and that looks like about. We're starting to eliminate into the honeycomb pattern. That's about where. So that's a good marker for me to aim for, roughly. It's good for me to have a rough idea about where we're aiming for. Okay. But that will be well, actually, wait a minute. We're what, on row 127 now? So we were able to do 6 rows where we normally do like 3 or 4. So I think we're gonna get we might be done with this by the end of the week. It depends how long it takes me to manage the how long it takes for me to manage the neck. It's not straightforward there. I have shenanigans. So okay, but let's read some Jujutsu Kaisen, and then we'll get to the shenanigans. I just gotta get nice. Oh yeah, I need to. Okay, hold on. Is Blem on? This is actually kind of critical. She is live. Okay.
Like, I don't think it was a waste of your time.
Okay, I am just gonna trust that Blem is busy drawing and that she is not gonna look at this stream. Blem has a huge phobia of butterflies and moths, and so she absolutely does not need to be looking at the stream, this stream right now. And that's the last thing I would want for her to be doing. Okay, there should be no risk. There should be no risk. Let's go. Okay, this is Jujutsu Kaisen, volume 25, chapter 2, 218, I think? Yeah. Hey, Corin. How's it going? Good evening.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
Yeah, exactly. Oops. Hope you've been using your fingers wisely. Volume 25 to 18. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. There we go. Actually, I might as well look up Kuno. Painful worry. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, let's read chapter 218 of Jujutsu Kaisen Yoku, Bath, part 3. Yorozu. This is Yorozu. Yorozu wa kuno shiteita. As for Yorozu, was doing agitation, suffering, distress. So the previous chapter, oh, right, we're starting volume 25 here. The previous chapter was Yorozu here in Tsukimi's body, Sumiki, Fushigoro's sister, and Sukuna in Fushigoro's, Megumi's body, battling. And this is a little bit of a diversion. She had just like created a big shell of like an insect armor or something, and we got an initial insight into her ability. The next page is going to be a very painful page of like describing lots of stuff. So the first 3 pages here are going to be very long. So again, as for her, doing agitation. Kouchiku jutsushiki wa hoka no jutsushiki ni kurabe atto teki ni juryoku kouritsu ga warui. As for construction technique, in comparison to other techniques, overwhelmingly the cursed energy efficiency is bad. So kouritsu is like efficiency. All right. So this is her technique, construction technique. We saw about it at the end of the previous chapter, so go watch that out for the explanation there. And so she's agitated, she's suffering, she's in distress because her technique, in comparison to other techniques, overwhelmingly the cursed energy efficiency is bad. And I guess this is her studying or something. Juryoku wa souryo shutsuryoku tomo ni heian no mosa to kurabete mo nanra sonshoku wa nakatta ga. Okay. As for the cursed energy, like the overall amount, the soryo, the overall like volume, yeah, aggregate amount. As for the cursed energy, the overall amount towards the output, heian no mosa. Heian is an era. Heian is when, like 1500s? Oh no, 800s to 1200. Oh right, it's supposed to be 1,000 years ago. Heian no mosa. Man of valor. So even when doing a comparison to the men of valor of the Heian era, the output of the overall energy or the overall amount of the output was somehow the Sonshoku did not become. Must not, should not. What's not on? We'll come back to not. Oh, nanra. Oh, it's nanra. Like that's just like somehow. Yeah. Sonshoku. Inferiority, as for that, not becoming. Was not becoming. So that's like it wasn't inferior. Meaning it was, yeah, it was not inferior, even when you compare it to the men of valor of the Heian period, the output. So like the Shutsuryoku in this case is kind of like the impact, the yeah, just the output. Okay, so again, the efficiency with the energy is bad, but when you compare it to like the output of the overall amount, it was not inferior to the other men of valor of the Heian era. Nenbi ga genin to nari, ikudo mo kyuchi ni ochite ita no da. Nenbi. Nenbi is like fuel consumption. Nenbi. Or nenpi. Nenpi. Fuel consumption. The fuel consumption in comparison to the source? Genin tonari. Like becoming. Tonari. Not tonari as in like neighbor, but like becoming. Ikudo. How many times? Ikudo kyuchi. Don't know what any of these words mean. A dilemma, predicament. Ochite. Ochite. Falling into. Okay, so the fuel consumption, like as a source or as a cause, falling into a predicament many times. Okay, so I guess that's it. The consumption of the cursed energy because it's inefficient. So the consumption was like the source of falling into a dilemma many times. Okay. Aru wasa o mimi ni shita. Okay. A certain rumor did to the ear. So heard wind of a certain rumor. An uwasa. Mimi ni suru means to hear by chance, to overhear. So heard by chance about a rumor. Umi o wataru chou ga iru to, about a butterfly that exists that crosses the ocean. Okay, that's probably the monarch butterfly. Yeah, so heard by chance a certain rumor about a butterfly that exists that crosses the ocean. Suzumebachi wa ichinichi ni. And as for honeybees, oh wait, no, what's a suzumebachi? That's like a sparrow bee. Suzume. A hornet, a wasp. Suzumebachi wa ichinichi ni hori ijo tobimawaru koto ga dekiru. And as for the wasp or hornet, in one day, oh, that's not a hole. That's, oh, okay, that's niju go ri ijo, more than 25 ri. which is a distance. Ari is like a little over a mile. No, it's a little over 2 miles. So it's like 4 kilometers. So like 100 kilometers. 25里以上飛び回ることができる. So again, a wasp, as for a wasp, in one day, able to fly around, the event of flying around is possible for more than 25 ri, which again is like 50 miles or about 100 kilometers-ish. And we get a little note. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, yaku 100 kilometer. So about 100 kilometers. よろずは昆虫のエネルギー効率に活路を見た. As for Yorozu, insects' energy efficiency in that she saw katsuro, a living pathway, a life pathway. Katsuro, a means of survival, a means of escape. Okay, so she saw a means of escape in the energy efficiency of insects. それだけではなかった。昆虫は呪術の何百倍もの重量を持ち上げ. Okay, so それではな, so and it wasn't just that. Just that it wasn't. So it wasn't just that. So it wasn't just energy efficiency. As for insects, one's own weight, several hundred times even, of weight lifting. Mochiage. Yeah. The raise to lifting. So insects can do that. Raise several hundred times their own weight. そのサイズからは計り知れない交互力は跳躍力速度を発揮する. Okay, so, and from that size, we get saizu. And this is, what, taikaku? Yeah, physique, constitution, but we get saizu. And from that size, hakari shiranai, and an immeasurable, like measurement not knowing. So immeasurable kogoryoku. Correlation? No. Oh, this is biting. Yeah, kogo. Biting. Like biting power and flying power. Cho yakuryoku. And speed. Flying power, speed. Doing demonstration. Haki. Or manifestation. No, haki. Yeah. Yeah, from that size, an immeasurable, like biting strength and flying strength speed, they do demonstration of those things. Okay. So this is why I guess she uses her construction ability to be insect-like. Kakushin, like confirmation, conviction, belief. Conviction, belief. そして, I guess we go this way. 確信、虫の鎧こそ構築術式の極みである。The conviction or the belief that the armor of an insect itself, or in particular, construction techniques' ultimate being. It's the ultimate thing. Kiwami is Again, like ultimate, the height, the acme. Yeah, so that insect armor itself is the ultimate, the acme for construction technique. That was her conviction belief. Soshite, in addition, 中距離戦闘, mid-distance fighting, that 一度構築してしまえば重力を通し続ける限り自在に操ることのできる液体金属でカバーする. Okay. In addition, like middle range fighting, middle distance fighting, one time construction, if doing construction one time, meaning of the armor, and as long as, or in the limit of continuing to pass cursed energy to Jizaini freely at will, controlling event being possible, body fluid, metal, cover doing. Okay. Doing the cover, kaba. Yeah. Doing covering. Oh, doing covering with the liquid metal. The liquid metal. That event would be possible to control freely as long as continuing to pass cursed energy if able to construct it once. Okay. For mid-range fighting or mid-distance fighting. Okay. That was her conviction. この戦闘スタイルでよろずは、ウロが率いていた実月精神体と並ぶ、投資直属征伐部隊極小を、okay. 返り討ちにし、藤原家へと取り立てられる。Okay, there's the Fujiwaras again. Okay. Through this combat style, or through this fighting style, as for Yorozu, Uro black and white, crows and herons. Okay, it's not clear if this is a name or if this is a thing, but Uro, or a person. I think it's a person. Leading. Yeah, okay. Uro, leading or spearheading, commanding the Sun Moon Star advancing group. What is a Shintai? Yeah, we'll just go with that. This like group. Tonarabu, and like lining up, comparing. Toshi Chokuzoku Seibatsu Butai. So another group, which is the Toshi Chokuzoku. I'm lost here with these names. This is a Fuji, Wisteria family. The Wisteria family, Chokuzoku. Direct control, Seibatsu. Conquest unit. The 5 void commanders, generals. Okay. All right. Well, this is like the first part of this. As for her, these things, these groups, Kairiuchi, would-be killing a would-be avenger, having the tables turned on someone. Fujiwara Ke, the Fujiwara family, towards them, tori taterareru. Tateru. Collected. Okay. I guess. Whew. As for Yorozu, this group okay. Nanabu also means to rival or to equal or to match. Yes, okay. Wow. Okay. Again, using this fighting style, as for Yorozu, this is, I'm not even sure how to go about this. As for Yorozu, I guess it was the collection was done towards the Fujiwara family turning the tables on the 5 empty generals, which was this Tolshi direct control conquest group, which is comparable to the Sun, Moon, and Stars group that was led by Udo. Okay, you got all? Wow. Okay, I think that mostly fits. And that only took 20 or so minutes to get through all that, first 3 pages. So, in other words, she was really powerful with it. So back to battling. Here she is punching Sukuna / Fushiguro, and Fushiguro was starting to summon the this creature. Bogu. Do do. Gyun. Okay, that's her like, or do is Sukuna flying back, and Gyun is her flying there. B. Okay, he's playing with the wheel here. That's her. Za sliding. Do or doko. Or is that dogo? Or is that exclamation points? I don't know. Either way, she's punching him or kicking him. Kore demo mada Mizushi o dasanai no? Okay, this is her saying, even with this, still not putting out Mizushi. We saw this at the beginning of the previous, or we saw this in the middle of the previous chapter. She's upset that he's not using Sukuna's ability, his techniques. He's using Fushiguro's techniques because he wants to suppress the soul of Megumi. But she's feeling insulted by this, like, ooh, you're using someone else's techniques on me. So this Mizushi is Sukuna's Hell's Kitchen technique. She's saying, so still with this, you're not going to put that out? Okay. Kitte yo. Kitte, kizande. Okay, cut. This is her. Cut, and slice. Kizamu. Or mince, mince, char, or carve. Niku ni umoreta watashi no ai yo. So cut, 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 and slice. Slice and dice. Slice and dice. My love. That's like born in flesh. Or buried in flesh. Umoreta. Yeah, to be buried in flesh. Yeah. So slice and dice. My love that's buried or covered in flesh. Kono hitomi de kanji nasai yo. With those eyes, hitomi, like feel. Do the feeling with those eyes. Or do sensing with those eyes. Saku, saku, saku. Okay, that's like the sound of like slicing or something happening, and there's a bunch of like things. Almost like, I don't know, blades. Okay. That's an eye smoldering. Not amused. Madoka. Okay, did we ever see this beast from Megumi? Madoka. So Mado here, well, that is like round, and then deer. Shika. I don't know if Madoka is a word. Round. I guess Madoka can just mean round. But that second kanji is deer, Shika. And you can see, right? Making a deer, and there's a deer. So Pasha. Pasha here is probably the sound of those blades or whatever they were breaking. Ekitai kinzoku no seigyo ga hanarete shimatta. This is her thinking control of the metal fluid. Control of the metal fluid, like lost control, released. And shimatta meaning like oops or uh-oh. Oh. Okay, some sort of light here. Naruhodo ne. This is her thinking, I see now. Ano shikigami no noryoku wa hantenjutsushi ni yoru chiyu. Okay, that's chiyu is like medical treatment. So I see now, as for the ability of that divine beast, reversal technique due to that medical treatment. So it's like healing medical treatment through reverse technique. That's the ability of this creature. Chiyu is just going to be healing recovery. Okay. Ekitai kinzoku ni nagarete ita watashi no juryoku wo chuwa shite keshita no ka? Chuwa is to like tranquilize or make peaceful. Yeah, neutralize, counteract. Doing neutralization and making vanish my cursed energy flowing into the cursed metal or into the metal fluid? Question mark. So into the fluid metal, into the liquid metal, my cursed energy flowing, that whole thing did erasing and neutralizing, question mark. So is that what it did? Kangyu. Kangyu. Kan is to pierce, and gyu is cow, ox. So you can see a cow there. And that's what we get. Ooh. All right. Hits her pretty hard. I guess that's zari, zari, zari. Oh, that's it. It's not just hitting her, it's like continuing to push her. All right. Sukuna no tokusa no kage bou jutsu wa, あえて形を安定させないことで、効果範囲を広げると同時に完全に破壊されることを防いでいた。Okay. As for Sukuna's 10 types of shadow method technique, as for Sukuna's, I guess, version of this, aete. I guess combining forms? Joining forms? Coming together of forms. Ante sasenai koto de. Through the event of not stabilizing? Through the event of not making stable some sort of forms. The effectiveness range broadening, and at the same time, perfectly, completely, destruction being done, that event protecting against. Okay. So Sukuna's version of this skill, the 10 types of shadow, whatever, protecting against the event of destruction being done perfectly, and at the same time, widening the effectiveness range through the event of not stabilizing the combining forms or something. Okay. Whatever. Demerito として demerit? As a demerit, meaning like a downside? Demerito? Yeah. As a demerit, meaning like a drawback. Demerito として式神は自立して行動できず、著しく攻撃力は下がるが。Okay. As a demerit, as a disadvantage, as for the divine beasts, or the summoned beasts, independently, doing independence and like operation not being possible. Jirushi. And considerable, as for the attack strength, considerably lowering. Okay, so as a disadvantage, the animals basically without operating independently, and as for the attack strength, again, remarkably, considerably lowering the attack strength. Okay, but it prevents their destruction completely and widens the range of the effectiveness. Sukuna wa jishin no bakudai na juryoku ryo to shuturyoku de sore o cover shite ita. As for Sukuna, oneself's immense cursed energy amount and output, that thing doing cover. Okay, so as for Sukuna, he was covering that, meaning this reduction in power and control, through his own immense cursed energy levels and the output. Okay? Madoka to Kangyu wa, as for the round deer and the piercing ox, piercing cow, Sukuna ga kanzen ni katachi o ante kengen saseta honrai no tokusa no kage bo jutsu. As for these two animals, Sukuna perfectly, completely stabilizing the form, and Kengen being done. Manifestation being done for like the original 10 form shadow method technique. Yeah. So, yeah, all right. So Sukuna was able to like stabilize the forms perfectly, and manifestation was done of the 10 types of shadow method technique as original or as essential by nature. Okay, whatever. Namen janai wa yo. So, namen janai, nameru na, meaning like don't underestimate me, don't make fun of me, don't underestimate me. So that's her. Goo goo goo. So she's still fighting. Bogo. I guess that's the cow. Za. That's the cow sliding. Fist coming in. Bogo. I guess that's her punching the goo, the ushi. Kono shikigami. This shikigami, this summoned spirit. Okay, then it just vanished. Or came back. Bogo. Chokusen de shika ugokenai kawari ni. In exchange for only moving in a straight line. In exchange for only being able to move in a straight line. Kyori o toru hodo. To the extent of taking distance, iryoku ga masu no ka. The impact increases. Question mark. So the impact increases to the extent that it takes distance in exchange for only being able to move in a straight line. Question mark. Pa-ding. Oh, this is her, this eye piece breaking the black. Za. Uh-oh, here come the escape rabbits. Mo, 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 mo. Doko? Nande kakureru no yo? Where? Why hiding? So she's saying like, where are you? And why are you hiding? Yamashi koto ga aru no? Yamashi. Like, guilty thing existing. Like, are you guilty of something? Do you feel guilty of something? Kehi sate. Kehi. I think he's just laughing. Like, Keh. Well then. Okay, so he's up above. Oh no, it's the elephant. Taerareru kana? Able to endure, I wonder? Able to withstand, I wonder? Zoo. Bansho, whole elephant, or yeah, maximum elephant. Doko. Bow. And that is the all the windows of this place blowing out. It's still going. Oh my gosh. Yahari Mitsushi o tsukao made mo nai. Sukuna coming back down and saying, as I thought, to the point, even to the point of using Mitsushi not existing. So like, as I thought, I didn't even have to use Mitsushi. Again, the Hell's Kitchen. Sonna mono ka kisama no ai to yara wa? That, it's that sort of a thing. As for your so-called love of you, or your love. Yeah, so like, it's that sort of a thing. Like, is that all you've got? Your love or whatever? Mada mada oshiete agaru wa yo, ai yo. Hey, Blem. Wow. Welcome on in, everyone. Blem, you are so... Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I cannot tell you, do not go back and look at this stream. Please do not go back and look at this stream. This person has been using winged creatures. And you just missed it. You just missed it. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everyone. How's the stream? Your stream went poo-poo. Yeah, you were playing Gardic, right? I think we're safe with this. We're safe with this. You're good. You're okay here. No, it was crazy. Because I was looking at this, I'm like, man, what are the chances? Like, no, she's playing Gardic, she'll be fine. Welcome in. Axel Reborn, how's it going? Welcome on in. Cookie, good to see you. Yeah, we are reading. Let me take a quick look. Yeah. We're fine with this. We've been reading Jujutsu Kaisen. We're in volume 25. We're towards the end of the story. And this lady was taking on bug forms, and there was a whole thing. And it's good that you missed it. So, no. Yeah, what happened? You're in a great went out, and so yeah, that sucks. There's something going around because someone else had like internet problems today. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Yeah, we're right at the end of this. We're right at the end of this chapter. How have you been doing? Are you getting ready? So if you're not already following, I missed the shout out, but hopefully people saw and followed automatically by the awesomeness. If you're not already following Blembly, please click on her name and click follow. Check out the next stream. Blem is getting ready for like a holiday charity event for feeding the children, I believe. That's the primary charity, right? So you want to check that out. Contribute if you can, if you make crafts or something like that. Go check out what she has planned. I will probably look and see if I can donate something for the event. I think I did last year, right? Was it a crab? And wait, hold on. Aha. And don't look at my bald head. No. Pork. You're gonna poop shine me. See, now I can't see the beautiful hat that Blem made. Oh, there we go. And Blem made this very cool hat, which I do not wear enough. Pork, how are you? The person in that panel looks like they've seen better days. Yeah. So anyway, Blem, thank you again. Please go. Good luck with your troubleshooting. We're gonna try to finish off. You know what? I'm gonna leave the hat on because for YouTube. Wait, what's going on here? I'm so confused. I feel like, okay, I think that's right. For YouTube, I'm going to cut all this stuff out. And all that's going to happen is the raid will start, it'll fade out, and then it'll come back in, and I'm going to have a completely different hat on. And people are going to be like, WTF. How do you do that? You're wearing the same shirt? Thank you. I can't even. You know what that calls for. Thank you. Okay. Can't even. The softest shirts. And I have to say, this hat is wonderfully soft. Like if Blem makes another hat like this, it's mine. Okay. This woman is screaming about love, so we should probably see what she has to say. All right. Thank you again, Blem. Again, for those that coming in with the Blem raid, welcome. We do a variety of crafts and stuff around here, right? We make chainmail, we do knitting and other crafting stuff, but we also read manga in Japanese, and I try to translate it. And we're almost done with this chapter, so let me finish this, and then we can get back to some other things. So thank you again, Blem. Good luck. Okay. Mada. Okay. We'll go here. All right, here we're with this. Mada oshiete agaru wa yo, ayo. Still teaching will do the favor of love. Meaning, like, I'm still going to teach you about love. Zettai teki na kyosha. Absolutely like a powerful thing, a powerful person, kyosha. Strong man, man of courage. Zettai na kyosha, sore yue no kodoku. And the solitude of that? Sore yue. And therefore solitude. Wait, okay. I'll do the, still, oh, there goes Kiki. Still all the more, we'll teach you about love. Absolute, like, strong person and the resulting solitude. Anata ni ai o oshieru no wa kono watashi. To you, love, as for the one teaching, it's me. So, as for the one who's going to teach you about love, it's me. Eh? Huh? So he kind of laughs. Uso desho? It's a lie, right? Masaka sukunaga? You're joking, right? It's a lie, right? Can it be? Unbelievable. Sukuna? Question mark. Shitteru no ayo is knowing, is familiar about love. Iya chigao. No, it's different. Sore wa ai janai. As for that, it's not love. Anata wa kanchigai shiteru. As for you, you're mistaken. Misete agaru honmono no ai no katachi o. We'll do the favor of showing the form of, like, true love. The real thing of love of form. So, yeah, like, you're wrong. You're mistaken. I will show you love's true form. as she like screams that. 構築してみせる私のハート. My heart, I guess, will show and construct. I will show and construct my heart. 私のハート見せる. Okay. And that is the end. And we get Sukuna laughing. And her just grrr, goo. All right. That is the end. That is the end of 218. Next time, 219. I believe this is the last in the Yoku, the bath stories. So maybe this will wrap up 219. We'll find out next time. Okay. I think we're safe away from the bug lady. What are the chances? What are the chances? All right. We're going to read some Azumanga Daioh. If you've not seen Azumanga Daioh, it is a very funny story about some girls in high school. Later, we're going to get back to some knitting. We're working on a sweater. But if you have not seen this adorable series, get ready. Oh, this is a special. Crap. All right, we're going to try to read this whole thing. All right, so this is it's the first dream of the year. There's a thing in Japan where like your first dream of the year is considered auspicious and all this stuff. So they did this last year, and it introduced Chio's dad as the cat, and it's all been downhill from there. So this is volume 3, chapter 1. Chapter 1 special. This is after chapter 12. All right. Oh, hey Zad. How's it going? 2 bits. How was what was it called? Heartless? What was the game you were playing? It wasn't Heartless. I was watching someone play Kingdom Hearts earlier, so I've got that in my mind. Shomu? Hatsuyume? Hatsuyume, yeah. Volume 3, chapter 1, special. Heart spell. That was it. Thank you. It was something with an H. Heartless. Close enough. I look very cute. Hatsuyume. Okay. All right, here we go. This is gonna be quite difficult to explain. The best bestie? Whoa. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's read chapter 1, the special. This is actually after chapter 12. After chapter 12 comes chapter 1, because this is actually numbered by months, not by sequential chapters. It's confusing. And this is Hatsuyume Special. So special for the first dream of the year. We actually saw this last year for the girls. They had this whole thing with the first dream of the year. It's a special thing. This is also the thing that introduced Chio's dad as the cat. So who knows what we're going to see as the dreams for the girls here. Yo koso, welcome. Okay, there's Sakaki. Koko wa? As for this place. So, irashai, welcome. So ka, Chio-chan ka? Oh, I see. Is it Chio-chan? Okay, so we're off to a great start here. Chio-chan is flying. Dare? Who? Who? Dozo, dozo. Please, please. Welcome, welcome. Tadaima. I'm home. Okay, there's a penguin in her house. I remember she had the penguin suit at the festival. Souji shinakucha. Don't clean? Oh, no. It's implied double negative. Like, must clean. Must do cleaning. Ah. Kono hito wa otetsudai-san desu. Like, yeah. As for this person, they're a helper. Otetsudai-san. Tetsudai-san. Yeah. A helper assistant. Otefudai? Oh, otetsudai. Yeah, a helper. Also, osouji shite kuretari shimasu. Doing cleaning does the favor of and things like that. Kuretari. Gasha. Zaba. Okay. So, not such a good cleaner. Dou shio. How do? Or what should we do? Tokidoki, shiko ga teishi surun desu. Sa ikimashou. Okay, so sometimes the shiko, like the thinking, thoughts, consideration, cease. Teishi. It's suspension of thought or consideration. Does that, you know? Well then, let's go. Sometimes thoughts like suspend, stop. Doing that, it is. So let's go. It's a dream. There's the cat. Okay. Goshotai? Which is like invitation. Yeah. Goshotai. Invitation. Ya irashai. Hey, welcome. Nani geni? Nani geni? I don't... Oh. Nani geni. Inadvertently, for no reason, unexpectedly. Issho ni yushoku demo dou kana? No, dou kane? Together, even dinner, how about it? So how about we have dinner together? Iya, sore wa, no, as for that. Ma enryo nasarazu ni. Okay, so well, restraint, like not becoming, without becoming. So basically, don't hold back. No need to restrain yourself. Akai mono mo haiteru ga. Red thing also entering. Akai mono mo haiteru ga. Red thing also entering. 遠慮しないでください。Or 遠慮く. No, 遠慮. Yeah, 遠慮しないでください. Please don't restrain yourself. Don't be reserved. Akaimono, a red thing. Okay. どうしよう. Again, like how do? What should I do? 最近学校では何が流行ってるの? So like lately, as for at school, what is like popular? 流行ってる? Yeah, 流行る is to be popular. So dad is just asking basically what's popular lately at school. You know, that's the penguin waddling up. Kasha, kashan. All right. Tomato. Ah, that's an akai mono. Tomato. Chio, tomato mo taberu yo. Taberu yo. Chio, also tomatoes eat. So eat tomatoes too. Okay. Tomato wa daisuki da yo. As for tomatoes, super likable. I love tomatoes. Suki toka, kirai toka wa ii. Likable or unlikable, as for that, it's good. So basically, whether you like it or don't like it, it's fine. Tomato o taberu n da. You must eat tomatoes. Yeah, basically, like liking or disliking, it's fine, but you will eat the tomatoes. You must eat them. Okay. Aka, red. Ngu, chomp, chomp. So Doda, how is it? Umai ka? Is it tasty? Tomato ga umai no ka? The tomatoes, are they tasty? Oishii yo. Yeah, they're delicious, you know? Konna ni akai no ni chiyo wa oishii toyu. Okay. This sort of a red, even though, as for Chiyo, Oishi says, it's looking at it, basically, even though it's this red, Chiyo says it's tasty. We definitely need to have this peeking up from the bottom of the stream. That is on the list. So done. Discussion, dialogue. Yeah, consultation. ところで、君、悩みはないかい? By the way, you, as for worries not existing, like do you not have any worries? ちょっと背が高すぎるのか? A little bit, height is too tall. I'm a little bit too tall. Okay. I think it just changed colors. 他に悩みはないかい? As for a different or another worry, does it not exist? Do you have anything else you're worried about? Nayami is just a worry, right? Nayami. Yeah, trouble, a distress, agony. Motto, all the more. なぜか猫に嫌われるんですけど、どうしたら? Okay, for some reason, by cats being detested it is, but how if do? So, for some reason, I'm hated by cats. Cats dislike me. What should I do? Of course, he's a cat. Ooh. 他に悩みはないかい? As for another worry, does it not exist? Do you not have another worry? Okay. Kimochi, feeling, mood. そういえば、以前、私の帽子を作ったそうだね。Okay, so if you say it that way, or now that you mention it, previously, my hat made, I heard, you know? I heard you made a hat, or my hat, or a hat of me, previously, earlier. And so, right, they had the hats. Where were the hats? These hats. That's what he's talking about. A watashi no boshi. Watashi ni nan no kiri mo naku. To me, what? Oh, sorry, not kiri. Kotowari? Oh, like a refusal? Yeah. Yeah, permission, consent. Even without doing permission to me. Or notifying me. Like, you made a hat of me even without my permission or without notifying me? Ah. Koko kara ue o kitte. From this place, cutting above. Oh, right, for the hat. So, sumimasen. I'm sorry. そんなことされたらどんな気持ちになる? That sort of event being done, when it's done that way, what sort of a feeling does it become? Yeah. So this is sort of like when that sort of a thing is done, like, how do you think it feels? What sort of a mood does it become? ごめんなさい、すみません. I'm sorry. We're almost there. どうなる? How to become? Oh, again, like, how becoming? What happens? いや、怒ってるわけじゃない. No. Reason for being angry, it isn't. It's not a reason to be mad. 君がここから上を切られたらどうなる? You, from this place, if being cut above, how will it become? What would happen to you if you got cut from up here? 死にます. I will die. 死ぬようなことを. The event in the manner of dying. Go. 本当に怒ってないですか? Truly not being angry? Like, are you really not mad? Go. All right.
Hello there.
お客さんが来ましたよ. A guest, a customer has arrived. 入ってもらいなさい. Will receive entering. So, like, let them in. Oh no, it's Osaka. Gotcha. It's the door opening. Maido. Maido. That's usually what restaurant or store owners say, like, come again, or like, yet again. Maido ari. Yeah, each time. But like, thank you for your continued patience. Okay. Sakaki-chan. Okoshi ni kita de? Okay, Ms. Sakaki came to wake you up. Came for waking. Huh? Taka nasubi. Hawk. Eggplant. Mezame yo. Open the eyes. Wake up. Go. Huh? And Mount Fuji's in the background. I don't know if you see like a hawk and an eggplant in your first dream of the year in Mount Fuji, these mean things. Like, if you see these things in your first dream of the year, it has certain auspicious meanings. I don't know what those are, but this feels like she crammed them all in at the end. And that's it. she wakes up. So that was her first dream of the year. And that was it. That was the special. So there we go. That was chapter 1, the special. We'll continue with chapter 1, which again is after chapter 12, volume 3. We'll read that next time. All right. The cat. All right. I'm sorry. I missed a bunch of stuff. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the mountain and something, an eggplant. There you go. We saw the eggplant. Oh. Hey, Lumi, lurking. Have to head out now. Oh, sorry about that. I missed it. I hope you have a good one. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get back to. Oh crap! We have an ad break. We're gonna get back to knitting. We've got. Where is? Oh no. Okay. There we go. Okay, we've got a critical mission here. I should wait until the ads are done, though. We need everyone's help. We're looking for good Julia Child quotes. All right, so we're doing pretty well on our sweater here. We're currently on row 127, but we are trying to get quotes from Julia Child. So, for example, actually, I'm going to wait another minute here. So let me change our stream info. More, Julia Child and knitting. Now, Akira in Japanese, next, chapter 67. Switch back to crafting. There we go. Okay, so we are looking for quotes from Julia Child that are worth grabbing. So when you hear one, you got to put it in chat. We're looking for things. We're looking for quotes from Julia Child, like this.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
Okay? Get used to using your finger for all sorts of things. Hysterical. We're going to be watching some old Julia Child. When you hear something like that, put it in chat, and I will grab it later, and we will have it as a soundbite. That is the goal here. Nothing more. I mean, you can enjoy the recipes, but we're looking for quotations from Julia. That's our assignment. Let's go. Oh,
But if you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken.
The only way of getting good chicken. Complain. Zad will detest that quote. Okay. All right, let's go.
Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
This is a French chocolate mousse, mousseline au chocolat, one of the most delicious desserts you can imagine. We're making it today on the French Chef.
You'd hope a customer would complain. Oh.
Welcome to the French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're making one of the loveliest kinds of French desserts. I don't say that it's a no-cal dessert because it's made with egg yolks and cream.
You got a coworker that was handling imitation crab barehanded and putting it on a table with fish juice. Ugh.
It's a light and lovely one. That's why it's called a mousseline. Mousse means foamy, that's called. And vegetables, depending on what your mood is. And how it is made is with
Two
egg yolks and
Julias.
sugar, which are beaten over hot water with orange liqueur.
Yeah, it was over.
And
That was
butter is beaten into that, and then egg whites are folded in.
Juliaception.
And that's all there is to it. And you'll see it's very quickly made and is just delicious. We have in here 4 egg yolks, and I'm going to add 3/4 cup of sugar. I'm using this instant or super fine sugar because you want to be sure that the sugar melts.
We got another marker
that you
gone.
can find in almost any supermarket. Several of the big sugar companies put it out, and just look for instant or super fine granulated. And that just gets beaten around till it gets a little bit thick, and then we're going to put in 1/4 cup of orange liqueur. Now, if you're going to use any kind of liqueurs or rums in cooking, particularly desserts, use a very good quality of it, because if they're bad, it's terrible. And so, if you're going to use them, you have to spend the money. Otherwise, you can just use orange juice, or you can use rum, or you could use strong coffee. And now these are going to be beaten over hot
There's coffee.
water
Just said
until
coffee.
they become thick.
That
It's
wasn't
rather
quite good
like
though.
making a hollandaise sauce where you start out with egg yolks and beat them until
Yeah, that's
they're
right. Use
warm.
pork fat. Why
And
not?
Quite a few French desserts start this way. And the reason you want them to thicken up is because you want the mousse to hold its shape. And as with egg yolks, you have to be careful that you don't heat them over direct flame, because then they might curdle into scrambled eggs. And this takes about 3 or 4 minutes. You don't have to beat hard, you just stir them. If you were making a zabaglione, you do it just the same way, but you use whole eggs and sugar and marsala wine. But when you have whole eggs, of course, it gets foamy. In this instance, it just thickens as though it were like a mayonnaise. And also, if you were making a Genoise cake, which is one of the very fine French butter cakes, you start out with whole eggs and sugar and just beat them until they're thick. You can keep changing hands and doing whatever you like. When you make hollandaise, of course, it's very much the same way, because you don't have any sugar, but you have egg yolks and you have a little liquid, and it's the same system of just beating until they slowly thicken into a cream. It wouldn't be any sense in beating these in an electric beater, because you couldn't get the water hot enough. Now, while I'm letting that thicken, I'm going to melt the chocolate for it. I can beat this with one hand and put the chocolate in. Also, I've got 1 cup of chocolate bits. That's 6 ounces. I frankly like the chocolate bits because they melt much more quickly. As you see, you can do things together, both stirring with one hand and beating with the other. And I'm melting this in 4 tablespoons of very strong coffee. I've used 4 tablespoons of water, and then 2 tablespoons of instant coffee, and that makes a good strong mixture. I'm going to take that.
Oh,
off
we're streaking?
because
Hold on.
the water's
Okay.
boiling a little too hard.
Daioh, thank you for the 35 stream streak, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, and people of all whatevers. We celebrate streaking here. by streaking. So let's go. Dynamite, thank you for the 35 stream streak. Let's go, streakers. Oh, you got a kitty. Oh, and a Gojo. And one to grow. Thank you, Daioh.
Then I'll go
You got a
back to
kitty
the
and a
chocolate.
Gojo right at the end.
And when you're melting chocolate, you want
Congratulations. Thank you, Daioh.
You don't have to melt it just over water that's hot and not actually boiling. And once it starts melting like that, you can just take
Kitty
it
and a
off the
Gojo.
water and just let it sit for a minute.
Oh man, see, people are taking all the luck from
Back
you.
to our egg yolks.
Yeah, this is actually not a new hat,
Thickening up.
but
R.I.P.
Blembly made this hat, and
Now it's about
she rated earlier,
consistency of
and so
mayonnaise.
I had the hat, and so now I'm wearing the hat. And it's a
That
very cute
holds
hat.
Slightly in the wires of the whip.
I think it makes me
So
look
we
very
take it
cute.
off the water, and
You
then
know,
we
for being
beat it
a very old man
in
in a bear hat.
MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 Which has an expanded free trial that you can play through the entirety of Realm Reborn and the World Winning Heaven's Sword and Stormblood expansions up to level 74 free with no restrictions on playtime.
And just take a look at our chocolate. I think I had the coffee in there so long that I think that
There we go.
some of the water evaporated.
I have not
I'm just
heard of the
putting in
critically
a
acclaimed,
tablespoon of water there, and just take a look at it
etc.
every now and then. And now
Sounds
we're going to
fascinating.
have butter, and this is a stick and a half of unsalted butter, and we want to cream it. And the easiest way to do it is just in the machine like that. And then we go back to our coffee. To our chocolate.
There we go. Daioh, thank you again
Now,
for
one
the
of most
35 stream
important
streak.
things in the melting of the chocolate.
She says 14,
Just stand
but she
over it.
uses
It should be
Japanese for the romaji.
Perfectly smooth mass, and if you melt it over too hot water, I'm going to put in a little bit more water in, another tablespoon. If the water is too hot, the chocolate turns grainy, and particularly in a dessert like a mousse, it has to be very carefully melted so that it's a smooth and velvety consistency. See, that's coming now. I can
Yeah, I wonder
heat
why that is.
water just a little bit more. But you'll often notice if you try to melt chocolate in a hurry that it becomes grainy and a dark color.
See the camera
There,
coming on
now
the
that's
left there?
nicely melted, and it hasn't turned dark either, which is important. And so we simply pour the chocolate into the butter. You want to make sure that all the chocolate and the butter get thoroughly blended. The reason we're using butter in this is because when the mousse is chilled in the refrigerator, the butter gives it body. You'd either use butter or you'd use whipped cream, and in this case the butter gives a lovely and different taste to it. And you want to be sure when you're doing this part that you
Green
get
chocolate.
all the pieces of butter and the chocolate intimately blended. And just, if you see any little pieces of yellow butter there, you know that you haven't blended it quite enough. There. And then we see how this has gotten. Just beat it up a little bit more. That's still too warm. You can tell also how whether you've gotten it hot enough over your hot water here by
Hey, Palabruja, how are you
If
doing?
it's too hot for your finger, then it's done.
Good evening, welcome on in, how are
If you
you?
want to unmold your mousse, you want to be sure that it is thick enough. Now see, that's thick, and that's forming a ribbon. When it falls off the whip like that, you can see that it forms a little bit of a ribbon down on the surface of the mixture. So that is now ready to go in to our chocolate mixture.
Okay. We're making good progress on our sweater here.
Oh, there's a pie plate stuck on there.
This is A3.
Now, when that's thoroughly mixed up, all we have to do is to add our egg whites to it. Just take those off and put them away.
Oops.
Now we have our egg whites to beat. As usual, I'm going to beat them by hand with this big wire whip. This is about 5.5 to 6 inches across. And this is an unlined copper bowl, which is about 10 inches across. I find that it does such a good job that I really never use anything else. The principle is that you get as much air into the egg whites as possible. And having a large whip in a relatively small bowl, it goes much more quickly. Then after the egg whites have begun to foam, you add just a little pinch of salt. And that, with the copper, makes an acid which is a stabilizer. Which means stabilizing means that after you've beaten the egg whites, they don't break down into granules and get sort of watery. Now, if you're doing this by machine, I recommend that you hand hold the electric beater and circulate it around so that you get as much air in as possible.
Generic salt tumbler looks like it's right out of a cartoon. Salt.
That circulates, and in that
Yeah.
case, it's fine. And as a stabilizer, you can add. Well, we've got 4 egg whites here.
Most likely it's like a
You would add
Morton's, and they've just covered it
1/4
so that it's not
teaspoonful
branded.
of cream of tartar. Now, well, to see if they're done, they're holding in the whip, but they don't still quite have that little point we want.
That is a huge whisk. Holy
We
crap.
can add now some sugar, which will also help make them stiff. I'll put in 2 tablespoons of this instant superfine sugar again.
Yeah, it's funny. It does have a cartoon quality.
Now that's almost ready. We're
Giant hands.
bit that holds up. There. See, we have that little point that goes over like that, so they're all ready. Now, you see
Yeah,
this-
for egg
this
whites.
mousse really goes very quickly. And then we're going to do that old folding technique, which we've done several times before, but it's always good to see it again. You put in about a third or a fourth of the egg whites and stir it in so it's thoroughly blended. And then you put the rest of the egg whites on top. This business of folding
Just fold it in.
you just run into continually when you're making desserts and cakes. Now hold your rubber spatula like that, and it's going to come down into the edge and up. And every time it does that, it brings a little bit of the bottom up over the egg whites. See, like that. Then keep turning your bowl. There. And you do it rapidly.
Rapidly. I said rapidly.
And you can see when that goes down, up, see a little bit of that comes up over.
To the front. To the front.
But the idea is to fold
7.
so that you don't deflate your egg whites. That's why it's so important and why you always hear so much about it. And then get down in there so that you have
Favorite
all of the
scenes from
bits of
Schitt's Creek?
chocolate up.
Oh, okay.
There. Now we're going to mold it. You've seen it already molded, but I'll show you what you can serve it in. You can either serve it in little individual glass dishes like this or in a mold, and we have enough here so that I can put some in each. See, that's the egg whites make it so light and nice. There. And try and put it in as neatly as possible so that you don't get any chocolate on the edge of the cup. It's usually best when you're doing this to put it down from the tip of the spoon that way. And now in the bowl.
All right.
Now if you want to mold it, which as you saw at the beginning, and I'm going to bring out our molded one again, it's a little bit hard to get it unmolded because it's rather sticky stuff. I find the best way to do if you want it molded is to put it in the mold and then freeze it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Because you can freeze this mousse just as well as not.
Uh-oh.
And now it's going to go into the icebox, the refrigerator. I always say icebox because I was out of generation before we had electric ones. And this will chill 2 or 3 hours, or you can make it you can make it a day or two ahead of time, or you can freeze it. Now here's the molded one that we saw, and I'm also going to make some whipped cream. But before I do the whipped cream, I'm going to read you out the ingredients, because even if you've been taking notes, it's rather hard to follow how they go. Now first, you melt 1 cup of chocolate bits with 4 tablespoons of strong coffee and set aside.
Okay.
Then beat to the ribbon 4 egg yolks, 3/4 cup instant sugar, add 1/4 cup liqueur, or you can use strong coffee or orange juice.
Or pork fat.
Then beat over warm water till warm and foamy. Then beat over cold water till cool. And as you remember, that was about the consistency of mayonnaise. And then beat 6 ounces of unsalted butter into the melted chocolate, or vice versa. We did this in the machine. And then beat in
Oh no, we're good.
the egg yolk mixture. In other words, combine them all.
Roll 2 together.
And then beat egg whites till stiff, 4 egg whites. Stir 1/4 into the chocolate mixture. Fold in the rest.
Okay.
And you chill for several hours.
Chill.
Now I'm going to show you how to make French type whipped cream, which is called chantilly. And the whipped cream
What
is
was
very
that?
much like the egg
Chantilly?
whites, in which you want to beat as much air as possible into it. And it's not beaten terribly stiff, it's beaten so it's sort of rather light, and the beater leaves traces on the cream. And if you're going to beat cream, be sure that you have your beater and your bowl and your cream thoroughly chilled. And if it's in a hot day, you might even beat over a bowl of ice. I'm using a very heavy cream here, which beats up quite quickly. If you use that all-purpose cream, it'll take you a little bit longer, and it's better if you beat it over ice. So you just beat just like that. And if everything is thoroughly chilled, it won't take you more than about 2 minutes. The all-purpose cream usually takes about 4 or 5 minutes unless you beat it over ice.
Crap. That was tonight.
So you don't have to beat very hard. And if you want to beat with an electric mixer. Hold the electric mixer by hand and circulate it around. An electric blender is just awful because it makes terribly stiff cream. And what we want is this lovely light type.
Okay, this is the wrong side.
Yeah, it's beginning to thicken up now.
So we're gonna knit, slip,
There.
knit.
It's not quite. See, it's quite thick now, but the beater isn't leaving traces on it. If you've never had cream this way,
There goes another marker.
Because it, I don't know, it's sort of softer and velvetier.
Slip.
That's almost right. You see,
Slip.
when you move your beater on, it almost leaves little traces.
Wow, my ring.
And of course, if you overbeat, you turn into butter. There. Now that's called chantilly, or lightly whipped cream, as you see when you lift it.
B8.
Just leaves a little bit of a shape. You can go a little bit farther than that. And if you're making a Bavarian cream, that's the dessert that has gelatin in it. And you cool the gelatin and then fold the whipped cream in. And you don't want very, very stiff whipped cream, or you'll have a stiff Bavarian cream. And now to flavor it, use powdered sugar. And you always have to sift it because it has little lumps in. I'm going to sift in about 2 tablespoons. I had about a half pint of cream. And then just stir it up. Then you can put vanilla or any other flavoring you want. I'm going to put in some more of this orange liqueur. It's very good with brandy or with kirsch, whatever you like. Vanilla is also fine. Then just beat it up enough so it's all mixed, and then taste it and see if you've got enough liqueur in. Very good. If you have too much liqueur in, then it becomes watery. And now you can beat your cream ahead of time. And if you do, you just put it into a sieve lined with wet cheesecloth over a bowl. And you can do this, heavens, even a day ahead of time. And as the cream sits, there's always a little bit of liquid that seeps down into the bowl. There, and then you just will cover that up and put it back into the refrigerator, and then you can use it whenever you want. So we're going to use it right now, so I'll put it into our chocolate mousse. Now you can serve the chocolate mousse just as it is without any cream, but it's sort of nice with cream. And particularly this very light cream.
Hold on a second. I think we can take that one. It's sort of nice with cream.
And particularly this very light as it is without any cream, but it's sort of nice with cream.
Okay, it's sort of nice with cream.
And particularly this very light cream.
It's sort of nice with cream.
Now this kind of cream you can sometimes decorate with whipped cream. In that case you would have to beat a little harder until it's a little bit stiffer, and then you can put it into a pastry bag and make designs on it. But because you get the designs, you don't have this lovely light quality of the cream. There. And now, as a final decoration, we will grate a little bit of chocolate on. These little graters are awfully useful for cheese or chocolate or anything else. Oh, I think I'd better, yep. That just grates on. There. Oh, I got a little bit too much on there. There. Now, as you see, we've done that in just about 15 minutes. And there isn't anything difficult about it. The only slightly tricky thing is the beating of the egg yolks in sugar over hot water. And in that, you will have to count on about 4 or 5 minutes. And remember that the water is almost or not quite simmering, and then you keep beating it rather slowly until it thickens up into very much like a mayonnaise. And if you want to put this into a mold, this was a regular 6-cup ring mold, you wet the mold and then you spoon your mousse into it, cover it with wax paper, and then put it in the freezer. And the frozen mousse is just as good as the chilled mousse. In fact, well, it always, because of the egg whites, it doesn't become thick and stiff. That keeps it very nicely. So, this makes about 5 to 6 cups and serves, well, it depends on what you've had for the rest of your meal. It really will serve about 8 people. So, we're now ready to serve it. There. I think I will cut a piece of it so you can see how it looks. There.
Ooh.
It's really one of the nicest mousses I know. But as it is a fairly rich one, as you can see with all of that butter and then with the cream, you would be very wise to serve a fairly simple main course, such as a roast chicken. You remember the roast chicken we did in one of our early shows, or a roast lamb, or with all of that butter and then with the cream, you would be very wise to serve a fairly simple main with. It's really one of the nicest mousses I know. But as it is a fairly rich one, as you can see with all of that butter and then with the cream, you would be very wise to serve a fairly simple main course, such as a roast chicken. You remember the roast chicken we did in one of our early shows, or a roast lamb, or broiled chicken, something like that, which isn't too heavy. And with it, we're serving a chilled Sauterne wine, which is one of the noble wines of France and goes perfectly beautifully with any kind of a dessert. It's a sweet wine, but it has so much body to it that it doesn't seem sweet, and it's a wonderful thing to drink with either cake or a mousse like this. Now, next time, we're going to do a glamorous meat pâté. It's sort of like a French meatloaf, and you can use it for a first course or on a buffet, and it's wonderful with summer meals. And I think you'll enjoy very much seeing that. Now, I wonder if there's anything else I haven't told you about this chocolate mousse. You have had the ingredients, and you remember about beating the egg yolks over and sugar over hot water. And remember that trick about sticking your finger into the yolk mixture. When it's too hot for your finger, it's done. Well, I think that's just about all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child. Bon appetit and enjoy your mousse.
All right. Pâté.
French Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
Ground veal, ground pork, strips of veal and strips of ham, plus fine wines, spices, and truffles. These are the makings for a real French pâté. Today's recipe on The French Chef.
Don't grind you.
I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to make a real French pâté in a terrine. This is a terrine. It comes from terre, meaning earth, and these used to be made out of earthenware. Or you can make it in a glass bread pan like this that is fireproof. And a pâté means actually, if you go back into history, it means a pastry crust which is surrounding a mixture of meat. But the term has come to mean, pâté has come to mean the meat mixture itself. And the meat mixture in a meat pâté is ground pork, ground veal,
Hey, Mongol, how's it going?
spices and wines and anything else that you would like to put into it, such as strips of veal or ham or chicken livers, but you always have your basic meat mixture, which we are now going to make. And then it bakes in the oven, and you chill it, and it makes a perfectly delicious first course or buffet or whatever you'd like to use it for. And we're going to start out with our strips of veal here. And this is fillet of veal, which is cut into strips about 1/4 of an inch across. And it's about 1/4 of an inch thick, and you cut it into strips. And then these strips are going to be put in layers over the meat mixture. But you want to marinate them first in some wine and spices. I'm going to use some cognac, about a tablespoon of cognac, and about 1.5 tablespoons of port wine. And then we're going to use some shallots. These are shallots, which you're probably familiar with, small onions, and there's one that's peeled. If you can't get shallots, you use green onion, like that. And the marination of the veal always gives it a little nice extra flavor, and you should really let it marinate at least half an hour, or it's even better if you do it overnight. And there go in your shallots, and then you put a little tiny bit of pepper in, just about a swish or two, and a little bit of salt. I'm putting in about 1/4 teaspoon there. And a little bit of thyme. I'm putting in about 1/8 teaspoon of thyme. And then some allspice, which is a very nice spice because it tastes like nutmeg, cinnamon, and a few other things together. And then you stir that up. And if you want to add truffles, which are always awfully nice but very expensive, this little tiny can of truffles costs $2.71. You don't have to use these, but we're going to make a pâté in the real manner with no adaptations. It's going to taste just like a French pâté. And so you take your truffles out of the can. A truffle is sort of an underground spore, and nobody knows exactly how it propagates itself. And you get them in France and Italy in the wintertime around Christmas time, and they just smell lovely when they're fresh. And if you get them in the can, you want to put them with a little bit of Madeira.
I forgot my neighbors are having a house cooling party tonight. I thought it was Friday.
And then when you slice your pâté, you'll have a black and white accents. And then you set that aside. And then we're going to get to our basic meat mixture, which we're going to beat up in a great big bowl. We have here, this is 2.5 cups of fat pork, and this is 1.5
House cooling?
cups of ground
Yeah, they're leaving.
veal. That would be about 3/4 pound of veal. And the pork, you always want to have fat pork, because you can either use lean pork and then some pork fat, because you have to have fat in the pâté mixture to give it the lightness that it's supposed to have. Because the fat all cooks
They got a
out
place in
when
DC,
the pâté cooks,
but they're
and
keeping
just
this
leaves
place, and they're probably going to rent it out, but they haven't decided yet.
filaments which give
So,
the lightness to the mixture.
They're formally like moving to their
Then we're going
DC
to
house.
have onions, which we want about half of a cup of minced onions, which we cook in butter. And I'm going to put in half a cup of minced onions and about a tablespoon and a half or 2 tablespoons of butter. And then, while the onions are cooking, we'll start flavoring and mixing up our meat. And this will, I'm going to put in a teaspoon and a half of salt. And we're going to have 2 whole eggs. And we're going to have...
Terrible idea. You rented out a house you owned, but in a city you didn't live in. It was a nightmare. Oh, I can't imagine. You know, it's one of those things that it's fine when you have good people, but the moment you get like a bad tenant, it's a nightmare.
And some more allspice, a great big pinch. And then we take the marinade from our veal strips and pour that in.
Did you have people that were just really crappy people?
Tastes like a French pate.
You had a management company, you found out later how little they were doing. Yeah, that's pretty common too.
So that it doesn't taste like a French pate.
One of our other neighbors was doing that for a while. They had a management company. And after a year or so, they stopped. I think they just realized that they weren't doing anything, which we were telling them. We're like, yeah, the neighbors show up and the new people show up. They have not, the management company has told them nothing about like how trash works. It should, you know, it should be like, well, they're supposed, they're not.
You could do this in an electric mixer. If you
one of the neighbors lived next to that house, that townhouse, and had more of the trouble of like issues, and so was constantly calling the management company to complain about stuff. Anyway, now the person does it themselves, and they like directly interview the tenants and stuff, so she's got a much tighter grip on it. But it takes a lot of work. And I can imagine what that's like in a different city if you're not there. Like, ugh.
Out of something else, such as game or duck, you'd slice up the breast and use the breast meat in strips, the way we use the veal.
B9.
And then you grind the rest of the meat, such as the legs and other things, and mix it up into your basic meat mixture here. Now we'll look at our onions. And those have just become soft and translucent. So we put them into the meat mixture. And then
even when it's not,
we're going to add some pork.
Where I get my tattoo,
so we're going to add about
the tattoo parlor in DC,
cup of pork
directly above them. So they own the shop in the basement of this townhouse complex.
Flavor.
The unit directly above them, there has been,
in this quantity, you always want to be sure to
I will be very generic,
so that you get rid of the alcohol.
a family
it's very unpleasant to
that has been squatting now in that apartment for over a year, not paying any rent.
Your wine for is the flavor of
and the landlord can't evict them, and isn't getting any money from the place.
Boil it down by about half to evaporate all the alcohol from it. And
but the DC laws are very much in the favor of the tenant,
down like
and there's really not anything the landlord can do.
Pour that into our meat mixture, and then we beat it up again.
And it's been over a year. Over a year. Like, wow, okay. Like, who?
Taste it for seasoning.
Whatever.
This is something you always want to do, in particular when you're making a pate.
That's sort of like nightmare.
To go to all this work and then find you haven't put enough salt in it. And remember one thing, whenever you're serving something that is going to be served cold, you have to over-salt it a little bit, because salt loses its savor in a cold dish. And whenever you're using a pork mixture, you never want to taste raw pork, so you always have to saute it until it's cooked through, and then we'll taste it and see how it is. And now the meat mixture is all done, so we're now going to go to the lining of our terrine. And I'm going to use this ordinary glass oven-proof bread pan, just to show you that you don't have to have any fancy stuff to do a French terrine. That I'm getting the fat on here.
Your last tenants had a Chihuahua when they moved in, but they got two Great Dane puppies. When it passed, they destroyed.
And you don't want to have any crust on it at all. Lovely, fragrant cooked meat mixture. And what if you were in France?
Wow.
What you'd use?
I'm sorry, that's terrible.
A sheet of fresh pork fat, which in France is called une barre de lard. And this is often hard to get. This is fresh, unsmoked, and it comes from the back of the pig. I'm going to look at my...
All right, this is pork back fat. Pork. We gotta get this. We gotta get this quote. The barre de lard.
Une barre de lard. And this is...
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Is a sheet of fresh pork fat, which in France is called une barre de lard. And this is often hard to get. This is fresh, unsmoked, and it comes from the back of the pig. I'm going to look at our meat mixture here to see how it's coming along. I think I had the heat on a little bit too high. Cook it through. Now, to get back to our pork. When you get fat salt pork, it comes from the same part of the pig, but it's salted. And I've got a wonderful butcher who can really get me anything I want. And he got this for me and had it cut into a sheet about 1/16 of an inch thick. And this is what you'd use if you were roasting something on a spit. But as that's hard to get, you have to be able to find other alternatives. In other words, Yankee ingenuity. Now, you can use salt pork.
Salt?
And if you can't get your butcher to cut it for you, you have to cut it yourself, which is something of a problem. If you have a big ham slicing knife like that, you can slice it down very thinly like that, which works perfectly well. And when I was in a hardware store the other day, I found this Swiss knife, which has a serrated edge.
Oh my, look at that thing.
And then it has this
bayonet
guide that you can set any way you want. So if you set it like that, then you can slice your pork this way, and the guide arranges it so that you don't slice any thicker than you want, like that. And then your other alternative is to use thick sliced bacon, which you can use to line your terrine. But if you use either salt pork or bacon, you have to blanch it to get the extra salt out, or the smoky taste, because it would be terrible to have your terrine taste just of bacon, because it's supposed to be pork and veal. Now you just lay that in like that.
Oh, it's Kiki.
And then take the knife and cut off the edge. And push it well down in. And then you want another piece of pork on either side like that. And if this is too thick here, you trim it off. There. If you have a little piece that doesn't fit in. And now we're ready to fill the terrine, but first we want to taste our basic meat mixture to make sure that it has just the right amount of seasonings. So just be sure to do this, and remember that you always taste it first. Off we go, I must say. Now, we're going to fill the terrine. And when you're using raw meat, have a bowl of water to dip your hands in, because then the meat doesn't stick to your hands. So you just dip your hands into water and then fill the tureen, we'll use, because this is not a very high one, we'll just use one layer of decorative strips. And you press it all nicely down to the bottom like that. And then here are our veal strips. And we also have ham to alternate with it. And so you just lay the ham in. It doesn't make any difference whether the strips are as long as the tureen, because it's going to be cut that way, so you can't tell whether or not it's a long strip. So you just alternate them like this. And this is always nice to do because when you cut down, it makes a pattern. Now I'll put our truffles right along in there. You can use just as many truffles as your purse can afford, and at $2.71 a box. I don't know how many you'll want to use, but they're lovely because when they cook in with the pate, they give a delicious flavor. Now, if you were using duck breast, you just arrange it exactly the same way. There. And then if you had a higher baking dish, you could have 2 layers of these strips. You'd fill it with 1/3 of your basic meat mixture, and then 1 layer of these strips, and then you put on some more meat, and then make another layer of strips. And just build it up that way. Now we have our final layer of meat. See what a good idea it is to have that bowl of water there, because it really doesn't stick to your hands. I'm going to cut off that little bit there. I want to make it look as neat as possible, because when you unmold it, look, I'm getting a little more fat here. And now, that looks very nice. I think I'll put a little tiny bit more on there. This shrinks up a little bit as it cooks. There. Now we have a bay leaf, which we put on the top. And then, where did I put the rest of my pork? Down here somewhere. I brought this little piece of fat along. If you can't get any other kind of fresh pork, you can sometimes get your butcher to cut you a piece of fat off of a pork loin. There. And then that goes on top. You see, you don't want any of this to brown, and then you're going to cover that with a piece of aluminum foil. You see, that isn't too difficult to do if you can get the right kind of fat. Then cover it closely with aluminum foil. If you had one of those heavy tureens you saw at the beginning with the cover, you'd still use your aluminum foil on and then put your cover on top of that. Now, I didn't find around my kitchen any proper cover, but I just want to show that you can use anything you want as a cover. I have a dish like this. I'm going to put it on that and then weight it down. And then we're going to cook it in a pan of water. This in France is called a bain-marie. And you have simmering water there. And you let it heat it up a little more. And then put whatever cover you're going to use. So I put this in to weight it down because this isn't a heavy enough cover. And then the aluminum foil covers it very closely. And then it goes into the oven. I'm going to put it in a 350-degree oven. Then that's going to cook for about an hour and a quarter. And you can tell when it's done when you remove it from the oven, take off the aluminum foil, and press with your hand. The pate mixture will have shrunk a little bit from the sides of your baking pan. And when you press down, all the fat and juices are perfectly clear with no rosy color. And this, depending on the size, but I think this will probably take about an hour and 15 minutes. And the big tureen like this would take would take about an hour and a half. And I'm going to clear up here and wash up. And one thing that you want to be sure to do when you are working with fresh pork is to be sure when you're through working that you wash your hands thoroughly. Now, pork, so many people, I mean, pork does have to be cooked to be well done, to have the right flavor, but a lot of people are have such a feeling about well done pork that they overcook it. And about 185 degrees is considered good for roast pork, but if you're doing something like a terrine, actually all the trichinosis are out of it at a temperature of 137 to 140, and that's an official figure from the Department of Agriculture. Now, when your pate is done, I will illustrate how it will be when it's done. You take it out of the pan of water that it's cooked in and put it in another pan because there's going to be fat which is dripping out of it. And you take your cover off of it. You see, this one I cooked yesterday and it's been chilled in the refrigerator. And then you put this back on again, and then you get either a pan that will fit into it or a board like that. Put it on top and then weight it down with a 4-pound weight. And the reason you weight it down is that as it cools, you want it to press it down to press down out any air bubbles so that you're going to have a perfectly solid piece of meat with no holes. You don't want it to look like a badly baked loaf of bread, for instance. And then you allow it to cool at room temperature, and as you press it down, you'll notice that quite a bit of fat comes out from here, and that's why you want to put it in another pan. And then, when it's perfectly cool, you then refrigerate it. It'll probably about 8 hours at least it needs of refrigeration. And then you take off your mold and your weight, and you're ready to unmold it. Or you can, if you're going to eat it right away, you can serve it right from the mold, which would be a French family way of doing. And you just would take your knife and cut slices like that. And this is when the pate is cooked this way, it's called a pate en terrine. And if you cooked it in the pastry crust, then you just carve right down the pastry crust. But I'm going to unmold it because I think you'd like to see everything that we can do for a pate. So you put it over heat. One reason it's nice to have one of these fireproof heavy iron with enamel things is that you can put them right over heat and it doesn't hurt it. Then you take a big knife and push it around a little bit until you see that it's loosened from the side. It's beginning to loosen now. You can hear it making little noises. Now that is loosened enough so it will
Making little noises.
So. And then again, you want a board or a plate that has something that's going to catch any fat that comes out. There it is.
Et voilà.
Now,
Oh.
you can also serve it just like this, which would be done very much in a French country house or restaurant. You notice there's this lovely jelly there, which is absolutely delicious. And one should always taste it because it is so good, because it has all those meat juices and everything else in it. Well, now, if you're going to cook it ahead of time and keep it for several days, it is this lovely jelly that's going to turn first. So we're going to say that you want to keep it for several days. You scrape all the jelly off. But be sure to keep all that jelly, because if you want to chill the pate and serve it in aspic, you would add this jelly to the aspic, because it has a lovely flavor with the wines and the meats and the herbs and the spices. Then after you've taken all the jelly off, and be very careful that you do get all of it off, you would then put it back into the terrine or baking pan and then pour melted fat around it, and that would seal it. And you could then keep it for a good 10 days.
Hey, got a logic. I'll tune it
Pâtés
up.
you can freeze, but they never taste the same. They have a sort of damp taste. And if
How are you
once frozen
doing?
your own pâté and
Oops.
then tasted it against a fresh one, you notice that a sort of damp consistency about it. There. And now,
Consistency.
if you wanted to serve it in aspic, you can take the fat off. You see that that's that fat lining there. And you just take it off like that, all the way around. And then you can put a layer of aspic in the bottom of a mold, put the pâté in, and pour cold aspic around it. So now, naturally this has to go on another
130.
board. So I'm just going to lift it off. And it's ready.
Oh, we got ads.
Just like that. I'm going to carve a piece of this so you'll see how it is. It's just a lovely dish. As you see, we've assembled the whole thing in just no time at all. There, I'll cut 2 slices there. Now this is a rich concoction, so really people shouldn't eat more than 1 slice. You notice there, you see there's some little specks of truffles in there, and there's your ham, and there's your veal. And we're going to serve this for a Sunday lunch. We have our pâté, and we have sliced tomatoes, and a green salad, and a rosé wine. And that makes about as nice a meal as anyone could possibly have. A pâté is also good on a cold buffet, and it's lovely on a picnic. And as you can see, it's not difficult to make. It's not an inexpensive dish, but if you want it to taste like the real thing, you have to put in your veal and your pork. And then as you remember, we used 1 part veal, 1 part pork, and 1/3 the amount of the pork fat. And that was your basic meat mixture. And you can use that meat mixture also for stuffing a goose with chestnuts or a turkey, and it makes a delicious stuffing. And then we put in our port and our brandy and the onions and the spices. Now next time we're going to do aspics, and you could do your pâté in aspics, so don't miss that show if you're interested in them.
Aspects.
Well, that's all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. All right, let's go to aspects.
These shimmering decorated ovals are poached eggs in aspic. And here is a cold roast duck with cherries glittering in aspic. Canard à la Montmorency. We're doing these recipes next time on The French Chef.
The French Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
This shimmering, cunningly decorated sheath of aspic holds a poached egg. And here is duck, decorated with cherries and aspic, glittering and shimmering. Lovely to look at, beautiful to eat, and we're going to make these both today on The French Chef. Welcome to The French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to do a session on aspics. And aspics,
You don't eat the meal at all, so now you're eating some Chex Mix? Nice.
Gelatin has been dissolved, and when it is chilled,
Hey Liz,
it sets.
how are you doing? Making ass
And you
picks.
can fill a little mold, a little oval tin mold, or a little glass dish with aspic and a poached egg, and when it's gelled, you unmold it, and you have an œuf en gelée, or an egg in aspic. And this is a cold roast duck, which we have placed on a platter, spooned aspic over, chilled, and decorated with cherries. These are great fun to do and not difficult, as you will see. If you look at this, it seems you might think, well, how could I ever do anything like that? But you're going to see it from the beginning. I'm going to now put these into the refrigerator so that they can stay cold. When you make an aspic, the only thing you have to be sure of is that you have plenty of ice and plenty of time, because you can't hurry an aspic. You can try hurrying it, but you won't get very far because it takes a certain amount of time to chill.
I need to get some water. I'll be right back.
Here's our duck, which has been chilled. And we have a platter that we're going to arrange the duck on, and it has about 1/8 of an inch of aspic on it, and that has been chilled, so it has set. Now, to make your aspic, you use a clear consommé, which you can make yourself, which is always very nice, or you can buy one of the very good brands of canned beef consommé, and then you simply add gelatin to it. And whether or not the label on the can says gelatin added, you will add gelatin in the following proportions: 2 cups of consommé, 1 envelope or tablespoon of gelatin, and you sprinkle it on the top of the cold consommé, and then you wait for about 4 or 5 minutes until it is dissolved, and then you stir it up over gentle heat. And in this, you just want to make very, very sure that every particle of gelatin has dissolved and melted. Otherwise, you'll have little granules of gelatin. And if you, by any chance, have done this too fast, and you notice that there are little granules of gelatin which don't seem to dissolve, simply wash out a piece of cheesecloth and put the damp cheesecloth over a sieve, and then strain your gelatin into a pan, and that will get rid of any little granules. And then after it's all been melted and is heated up, you will use wine flavoring if you like it. If you're doing a French type of aspic, you always would use wine flavoring. You can either use cognac or port or Madeira. And for 2 cups, you put in about 2 tablespoons. I'm going to put in a little bit of each. And this is still when it's hot. And this small amount of alcohol and liqueur doesn't hurt the proportions of the gelatin at all, and then you taste it. And because the liquid is hot, that's very nice. And then because the liquid is hot, the alcohol evaporates, and then it's all ready to use. I've made a whole bunch of gelatin here, of jellied stock here.
Hello there.
Using the same method, because you often find when you're making an aspic that you don't have quite enough, and it's much better to make a whole lot of it, because you can keep it
Hey,
in
Sam.
a box, so you can
Okay, I've got a dilemma.
It's all ready to use any time you'd like to use it.
I've got a dilemma. I've got a house cooling party to go to. I might be over there for like 30 minutes, maybe an hour. I really wanted to read Akira tonight, but I would normally start reading that now, and then do the thing. Let me look real quick. I may just go late to this thing if we can read Akira now. Okay, Akira is 320. Wait. No. Ooh. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, the problem is, so between the publication in the volume and the original publication in the Japanese magazine in which it was originally published, it's more or less the same, but this is a good example. There's like 4 pages towards the end of this chapter that were actually part of the next chapter, but they moved them, I guess, here into one. So the chapter is really like 20 pages, even though originally it was like 16 pages, like 4 of the pages were in the next chapter. I guess what I would do is I would read it as published and just point out that, hey, these 4 pages were originally published later. The problem is, I think this is like an hour read. I think this is going to be a long read, which means I can't do that tonight. I want to do it tonight, but I can't. Timing. All right. So damn it. You know what? Hold on a second. Let me check with my neighbors how long they're going to be doing this.
So, we have
All right, we'll see. We'll see what they respond with. If they say they're going to be there for a while, then I may just go ahead and read. Because I really do want to read it tonight.
Peel this duck. Here's a piece that's unpeeled, and there's one that's peeled. Because the duck is rather fat, and that is not particularly.
How's cooling? How's cooling? They're departing.
Peel the skin off, and then there's a little fat layer there, and you just scrape it off. And then it's ready to use. This is the second joint. See, there's the.
They're still in the area, but they wanted to do like a, hey.
Cut it in half. And there's the drumstick. I've left a little bit of skin on that because it looks rather nice. And then you can arrange.
How do you know it's cooked? I know. You just have to trust her.
Way you would like. I'm going to put the drumsticks at each end.
Pork. We got a quote about pork back. Pork back fat.
Second joint.
She says it in French.
Try to follow as much as possible the contours of your dish.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I know.
The rest of the second joint there. I've got another piece of it there.
It looks much less cute this way.
And then here's the wing, and they're very
That's
little
right.
meat on
You
the
knew.
wing. So
You knew from that shade of gray.
Cut it off. You can use
like,
the
oh
wing
yeah,
for
that's a well-cooked
decoration
piece of
if you
chicken
want,
right
but
there.
There's so little meat on it that it's hardly worthwhile. And then when you have
Mm-hmm.
big pieces like that, you put that down underneath. I'm taking that little bit of fat off. And then the breast, I just cut the breast sort of slant ways that way. There's never as much meat on a duck as one would hope. But I'm putting the breast meat like that on the bottom, and then I'll put the beautiful slices on top. And this always looks rather dreary and naked when you first begin, but as you're going to see how we're going to build this up. There. And now,
how ironic.
this is all cold, so we're going to spoon some aspic.
Amu and the gang were very up,
As I said, you want to have
up in arms about aspic
plenty
lately.
Of ice. Now, one thing I forgot to tell you, which is one of the most important things, is why it's a good idea to make your aspic ahead of time, is that you should test it out to see how it is. Put it in a little saucer and chill it, and then spoon it up and let it stand at room temperature. I've had
Your
this
ability to
out
see through all the the static on the
10
UHF
minutes.
channels at 2 a.m.
It's got to hold its shape. If it's too rubbery, you add a little consommé.
Man, those are the best channels.
Stiff enough, you add a little more.
Channel 57
Be
or whatever.
sure
Like, oh my
it's
goodness.
Otherwise, it's disaster. Particularly if you're going to do anything like an egg in aspic, because you try
You
to
eat spam?
it and the aspic
You don't get to say anything about
hasn't
aspic? Mm.
set, and it just collapses completely. And so now we have this
Aspic away.
large thing of aspic in here, and you put it into a smaller pan, just about as much as you're going to use, and that's all. And see, I've got ice in there, and I'm going to even put a little bit of more ice in. Before I
boy.
started this, I put all the ice trays into a bag and put that in the freezer, so I had plenty of ice. And then you stir it over ice until it begins to get syrupy. If you put it on at this stage when it's still quite liquid, it just doesn't stick onto the duck. And if you used your great big pot of it, every time you got it to the syrupy stage, then when you were through, you'd have to melt it again, and then you'd have to put it back in ice again. So this is much the best system. And it inevitably happens when you've gotten your aspic to just the right stage.
You think of it, pan is the same size, and she pulled out the smaller, yeah, right.
Yesterday, I think I had to melt aspic
Magic.
3 or 4 times before it was just right. Now that's cold and
Got 'em.
syrupy and almost set. And then, I'll move this ice away so you can see. And then you just spoon it over. The first coat never
She
sticks
is magic.
very well. But as you can see, if the aspic were too liquid, it just wouldn't stick on at all. But this is just about right, and if it may very possibly. Now as you can see, it's getting a little bit too thick, but I can still spoon a little bit more on. But now it's gotten thick, so I have to heat it just a little bit. Stir it over, heat until it's liquefied again. You can see the reason why it's a good idea to have just a small quantity, because you can heat it so quickly.
You got some thick aspic. It really seems like a pain to work with. Corn, you do much with aspic? I know we talked about this before.
And you'll have to do, before you start the rest of your decorations, you probably do 2 or 3 coats of this jelly on the duck. And then, after you have about an 1/8 of an or 1/16 of an inch built up, you then can start with your decorations. I'm now going to put it in the refrigerator.
Heat it, chill it, spin it.
This
Yeah,
is
bop it.
Sort of a game of back and forth to the refrigerator all the time. But with
Twirl
this
it.
kind of thing, you can start
Chew
and
it.
stop anytime you want, and then continue. I'm going to, while this is setting, it
Did
takes
she say you
about
can stop anytime you want?
15 minutes for it to set. While this is
Hold on.
setting, we will do continue. I'm going to, while this is setting, it takes about 10 or 15 minutes for it to set. Well, start and stop anytime you want, and all the time. But with this kind of thing, you can start and stop anytime you want, and then
Yeah.
continue. I'm going to.
Yeah, have you
while this
done
is
much with
setting,
aspic?
It takes about 10 or 15 minutes for it to set. While this is setting, we will do a little bit on how to do fancy decorations. Because if you're an artistic type, it's a great deal of
Never
fun.
had fancy dinners.
All of your ingenuity.
You can never quit aspic. Can't quit
We're
picking my.
using
Oh
duck,
wait.
But you could perfectly well use a cold roast chicken. You remember way back we
I
did
see what you
cold
did there.
roast chicken with tarragon.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Lovely,
scratch.
kind of a thing to decorate, or the pate that we did last time. You can slice it and then pour the jelly over it and make wonderful decorations. So, here are a lot of decorative elements. We'll just use normal things. Now here, for green, this is a leek. Or you can use a green onion. And you cut off, let's see, you just cut off the green part and drop it in simmering water until it has become limp. And then
You stick with the Japanese meal model.
limp. And then you can
Making,
cut
wait,
it.
not aspect for decor. Oh, there we go. That's probably good.
Put glasses on, I think, and get a smaller knife.
Everything is gray. Yeah.
Just cut a strip like that. Then you get some almost set aspic.
I'm surprised they haven't tried colorizing these. I think she gets in color by the end here.
Aspic in a plate, which I thought would make it a little bit easier for you to see.
Yeah, there we go. We hit color sometime around episode 105.
And then you lay it in. Like that. And then
She takes the dive when the technology is there. People can finally see what it looks like.
And this is an olive, and you use that for black. And we have carrot strips. You just peel a carrot with a vegetable peeler, and then drop that into simmering water until that's soft. And you can, if you have, there's those little cutters which you can buy at some fancy department stores, and you just make a little cutting like that. Oh, I didn't do that quite right. I have to push it down hard. And that makes like a little flower.
All right, I'm kind of like in the worst of two worlds here, which is we don't have enough time to read this.
Follow all along with that.
And now I'm like really late.
And if you wanted something black, you can use a cutter like that or anything else. Or just chop it with a knife. See, there's your bit of black. Now this egg, see, I've decorated the bottom of the egg like that. Can you see?
Ooh, look how
Use
pretty.
Exactly the same system. And you have your cold poached eggs, which you dry off.
People would do this to be
You
fancy.
just put the egg in its best side up, and then pour in some cold aspic.
It must have been like a new thing, right? Or it was just a more traditional thing? I don't know. This was before Jello came along, right?
And then put that in the refrigerator until it's set. Now I have one that's already been done, and I'm going to show you how to unmold it. This one's already been done. You see it's all set. And so you put it in the simmering water for just about 3 or 4 seconds. Count 1, 2, 3. That's almost. When you see that the edge of it is just beginning to soften, then you put it into another dish like that. And there's always a little bit of milk.
Oh, et voila.
That's why you use 2 dishes.
Oh, Jello's 19th century. Okay.
It up
19th century, so 1800s.
There.
Savory Jello.
Don't know if you can see that. I hope you can. It is a little
1875. Okay.
And then you can do this ahead of time and then just refrigerate it when you're ready to serve. I mean, refrigerate it until you're ready to serve, and there you are. It makes a lovely little first
Poached egg.
Decoration on a
Poached egg and
on
aspic.
a cold buffet. And now I think our duck is set, so we are ready to put on the final decorations. I'm just going to put this into the refrigerator.
Hey, sure was fire. It doesn't look appetizing. That's because it's in black and white. The duck is set. That's right. Did she say the duck is set?
This into the refrigerator. to put on the final decorations. I'm just going to put this into the refrigerator.
I missed it. Beanie is adorable. I think Blem made this.
Here's our duck, and we have cherries. These are pitted Bing cherries, which have been soaked in a little bit of cognac and lemon juice. Well, first we'll put one more layer of jelly onto that. Now that's
Your cooking show would just be your cheap hacks.
Soften.
That part sounds lovely. What, the Bing cherries?
You can see if you have all of your ice and everything, this isn't too difficult to do.
You think of Bing Crosby?
Now all these dribbles on the aspic we're going to cover up with chopped
Bing cherries, man, that's a good song. Wait.
Now, so you put on one
Cognac.
and then you chill it
Cognac?
again until it was set, and then you'd be ready to
She has
put on
glasses.
your
It depends. I think
cherry.
it depends on what she's doing.
Use your fingers and make any kind of a decoration you like. I'm just going to
Cup noodles with a microwaved egg on top. Ooh. Yeah.
You remember the duck with orange we did the other way? That is
Okay.
lovely.
I hate to do it.
You do it
I hate to do it, but I need to get going. I'm sorry.
slice between
This
the breast and
this
over there.
house cooling thing. I need to get to this. So
It's amazing when you start putting these
Right.
decorations on. How
let's go find someone to raid. I apologize.
Otherwise naked platter. But duck with cherries is a lovely combination. You
All
can
right.
also use fresh peaches. If you'd had fresh cherries.
Catch me for hot.
put
Oh
them
crap.
in, you
All right.
cook them with just
Shit. Let's get out of here.
simmer.
Hold on. Forehead. You wish you had color. All right. Okay, no, I got a raid and run. We're gonna go raid CNOT Bush. All right. Oops. All right. CNOT Bush, sculptor extraordinaire. If you didn't see the guy that made this troll head, I'm gonna have to raid and run. So please give him my love. And thank you all for hanging out. If you stuck around from Blem's raid, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your week. We will be streaming tomorrow and the rest of the week. We'll be working on this. I'm hoping we'll finish this by the end of the week. And then we'll get to Akira tomorrow too. So sorry about that. I got to run to this party. I've already neglected it too much. So thank you again, everyone. I hope you have a good week and stay safe, stay well, and I will catch y'all next time. Thank you again. Sorry to run.